a deck so strong, I went undefeated 9-0 in my first challenge back from Eternal Weekend. Welcome back, Vintage Gamers, to the first challenge after Eternal Weekend. I felt it was time to revisit the old Lurrus Doomsday deck, considering its second place finish over at Eternal Weekend in Japan. I have been put on record before as saying I don't believe this is better than playing normal Doomsday. But in honor of Kevin and his recent, he put a guide out recently, so make sure you check that out. There's a pin in the Discord. I'll try to put it in the YouTube comments as well. But there's a guide out now, so why don't we give it our best shot? I personally find that you are doing like a poor impression of Blue-Black Lurrus Frog and a poor impression of Doomsday. But there's certainly something to be said about making your blue matchups, specifically Lurrus Mirrors, various types of Lurrus decks better, and Lurrus will do that, as does just taking off the pedal to the metal a little bit and being a little more resilient. This is a really good deck for Lurrus in the sense of mana and Dark Rituals and Baubles. I definitely think it's like one of the better decks at utilizing the Lurrus. But is it taking too much away from our Doomsday game plan? That's something we can find out along the way tonight. Obviously, there's some amount of learning to be done here. I have played a bunch of Doomsday and owned Doomsday in paper from the time where I wasn't really happy with Tinkerpio. But I haven't put very many matches into this Frog version, which is definitely different. So do our best today to figure it out. And I'll see you in round one of this Vintage Challenge. Did you know subscribing here on YouTube and following on Twitch are both free ways you can support my vintage content? Okay, here we go. Round one of the Vintage Challenge up against Possible Oath. I have a cat, but I also have a Merfolk Wizard and no mana. So it's mulligan. Here I have a very suspicious turn one Doomsday. I mean, I can't imagine not keeping this and casting this. I just... just don't... it's a little dicey. We just assume our opponent's on Oath. Maybe it's fine. No force, which is unfortunate, but... And we probably have to lead with our Delta. I guess we could put a land in the pile and just put an Ancestral on top. That might be acceptable, actually. That way, if we get countered, we still have Brainstorm with a fetch land, which is pretty good. I think I'm okay with putting a C in the pile, so I am going to not fetch first. Normally, you fetch first so that you don't have to put land in your pile, but I think if we just go... Let's see, because we're passing the turn, right? So if we go draw down Ancestral on the top of our pile to 4, fetch down to 3, actually works out pretty well. I guess like you don't really need to put Ancestral at the top of the pile because you have the Brainstorm in hand. You do need to make sure you still have those 3 cards for Brainstorm as well. What if we were to Brainstorm into like Lotus Fluster? Lotus Fluster. I might not have enough cards for Lotus Fluster. Oracle. 2 cards back. Okay. I think I've talked myself into the jam. Let's do it. I think it's better now than later. Obviously, we could wait till the second turn, and then we'll have the ability to Brainstorm afterwards, but lots of bad things can happen from that point. So I think what I want is an Underground Sea in the pile, an Ancestral in the pile, a Lotus, an Oracle, and another Oracle. How does that fare? If we were to... So the biggest problem here is... Actually, the biggest problem here is that if our Brainstorm or our Ancestral get countered... Well, I guess I can still cast the other one. So it's fine. But... So yeah, I guess after that, I would rather just have a Flusterstorm. The Flusterstorm is pretty dead. So I'm thinking about like a world where my spell resolves. If my Ancestral resolves, then I'm in on... I guess if my first Ancestral resolves, then I can cast both Oracles. So maybe this is fine. I'm not sure about this one, but it intrigues me. Let's try this. So I will put C, Oracle, Lotus, Oracle, Ancestral. That might be out of order. I might be supposed to put Lotus second, but I'm probably fetching. So we'll see. Of course, my opponent could just have a Wasteland or a Strip Mine, and then things get dicier, and we're all in on just an Oracle with a Lotus. I'm just kind of banking. I built the pile, assuming my opponent's on Oath, which is maybe a little greedy. We'll see. Like, I maybe want to have... Oh, that's an Odawara, so it's Jewel. Or maybe Mono Blue Tinker PO. Time Walk, I assume. Grim Monolith. I have key covered at least. That's super strong for me here. This mental misstep is nuts. If this key gets countered, it's really, really good. Cool. So I think what I'll do is I will just play my land, cast Ancestral, draw my whatever cards, fetch, play Lotus, and play 2 Oracles. I'm not sure my pile was the best, but it seems good enough. Yo, thanks for the resubs, everyone. Welcome back. I guess this gets countered, I die. If they had a force, they could just force the Lotus. So I did need to put Flusterstorm in my pile. The problem is, like, if they had a force, they'd force Ancestral, right? So, like, they would never... I would never get to the point where this Lotus could be forced. I assume? I don't know. I'm not sure. So I have to think about it a little bit more. Maybe like a Sapphire makes more sense than a second Oracle, so that I can, if my Lotus gets countered for some reason, I have another one. I'll have to think about that pile slightly more. I think the second Oracle is wrong, but I'm not 100% sure what the other card should be. Anyways, we're gonna go reference our handy dandy Kevin guide. I guess I'll do adcom Kevin guide in chat. Ban this thing. Jewel. Flusterstorms. Island. Consign Steel. Makes sense. Those are the cards I would bring in no matter what. Oh, I have 5 cards to bring in here. That's pretty sweet. I just took his latest build, so Flusterstorm, Island, and Cruise sounds like the one that makes the most sense to me. Yeah, I like Cruise the most. Oh, I have a Thoughtseize actually. So maybe Cruise and Vamp. A Daze. Oh, I like, yeah, Daze on the draw sounds pretty bad. All right, so Cruise and Daze, and then I'll bring in these 6 pieces of interaction. That should be really good. We should be pretty favored. Japanese player would always show when he took a card out of the yard. Yes, that is correct, and you have to do that. If you're not doing that in paper, it's bad. You can see it on Moto. Moto highlights the cards you take out of the graveyard. Zone changes are public information, or might not be the right term, but public. I mean, either way. I have a force, so I'm in. I also have. This is a spot where you kind of wish I had a Null Rod in my deck that I could vamp for. I like the first Null Rod in Jewel. Sorry, I like the first Null Rod in Doomsday Sideboards. My opponent just went Island, Soul Ring, and turned on Misstep, which is fantastic for me. So he's got a huge beating for my opponent. Mindbreak Trap sounds good. Let's just take a peek at what our top card is, and then we can get rid of it if we don't want it. Ponder. Ponder. I feel like we're just building towards an Oracle Consult, so I kind of just want to hit lands. Ponder is kind of hitting lands. I can keep the Ponder, and in that sense, I can fetch my Sewers, which I assume is in my deck, and then use my Sewers to Ponder for more lands. I guess that's fine. It's also a blue card for force if I need to use that. I think this is like a bigger value than like fetching it away for an underground sea or something. Trinisphere. At least we have a force protected trap here, because I don't think I want that to resolve. Sorry, trap protected force. So if my opponent forces back here to resolve this Trinisphere, we have a trap over the top. Beautiful. So my opponent has 1 card left, 2 mana, and a tapped monolith, and we are pushing towards our combo. I say we're heavily favored from this spot. Obviously, we get our broken Surveil land, Time Walk. Don't think Time Walk does anything here. So I'm just trying to hit lands and go for Oracle Console. Well, if I, yeah, okay. So now I just need to hit 1 more land off this. Crap. If I hit a land off of this, I would have been able to vamp and then go for it on the next turn, but I didn't hit a land. I could still keep these cards because Steel Sabotage is quite good right here, but they have so little cards in hand that I think I would rather just try to find a land. Drew a Dark Ritual anyways after shuffling. Okay. Can't say that that's good for me. Thoughtseize. I guess I can just vamp for Ancestral. I can just go Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize, vamp for Ancestral. I don't really want to do that, but I also can't vamp for Consult until I have more mana, right? I guess it just doesn't hurt to try 1 more turn with just Thoughtseizing now. Force. I think I take the Force and just leave them with a 1 ring and Hopefully they don't rip a 2-mana right here. Because I'm just a mana away from being able to win, really. Just draw Ancestral. Okay, so can I win the game here? If I Dark Ritual, Vamp, Consult... If I Dark Ritual, Vamp, Consult, Ancestral, I'd have to hit Lotus. If I Vamp for... If I Dark Ritual, Vamp for Doomsday, I'd have to hit land. Probably just cast Ancestral. Not seeing it. I just hit Consults. So... I'm still short until next turn. But I can Vamp for a Force now on the next turn here. And then I'll have Force backup. So that'll be fine. I wonder if there was a way I could have done something good with Ancestral there, but we know my opponent's hand is the One Ring and an Unknown. So even if they draw like Force blue card, we're still covered. Even if they draw the One Ring, it's just cantripping, so it doesn't really matter. They're gonna pass. So they have a counterspell or a PO or something. They have a One Ring as one of their cards. What could this mean? Doesn't matter. Like it doesn't actually matter, right? I just vamp for a force and nothing matters. Even if they play the One Ring, we let it resolve. They cantrip. They would have to have... Yeah, a double trap, I guess. Looks like we're just winning from here. Ancestraling into the combo piece and a land was quite good. It's weird games. Honestly, just mental misstep on Soul Ring was probably the backbeating play. Like obviously the trap what it was fantastic covering the force, but like mental misstep on Soul Ring was the key, because if I didn't have mental misstep on Soul Ring, my opponent had Soul Ring, Monolith, Trinisphere with force backup possibly, and we didn't have trap at that point. I don't know what my opponent's doing passing here, but I can't think of anything that is going to beat me as a 1 card if I just get a Force of Will, so... What's the good consult names now? A Realm Reborn. A Killer Among Us. Siege Rhino, my opponent said in chat. GG's. All right. Round 1. Okay, round 2. Up against Dredge Aficionado Munchlax. We do have ley lines on the board, but... Game 1 is going to be challenging. I assume I need to combo kill my opponent. This feels like still a keep no matter what, so... But I doubt this matchup is particularly good when I have cards like Frog in my deck. If I get griefed here, I assume he takes Sapphire, which is pretty bad for me. Is there any world in which this Frog on turn 1 is good? I guess that's a secondary question. I think I'll just force this pitching Flusterstorm. That's a Doomsday. Pretty sure I'm just casting Brainstorm. I guess this frog is getting in on turn 1 unless he hits a Narcomoeba. That's such a bad play. Let's just cast Brainstorm. Oh, I got Gush Doomsday. I'm gonna need a Dark Ritual though. Good thing I have a Surveil Land. Help me find the card I need. So this is Dredge to discard down to two Narcomoebas, so my frog would not have gotten in. There are Cabal therapies in my opponent's yard. Wait, no, there aren't. How did I imagine that? I imagined it. Creeping Chill. All right. How many amalgams? One amalgam and one ghoul. Do I have enough time? 3 to 6, 7, 8. Probably. Fucking I shuffled, man. All I have are these shitty frogs instead of street wraiths. It's fine. Taijobu. All right, if I draw Dark Ritual, that's my plan, or Consults was good as well. I can still win off of Ponder into... It's better for me to Ponder than... Gosh, yeah, Ponder. All right, Ponder. None of those are Dark Rituals. I can take Ponder and then fetch and then Ponder again. And I'm, of course, dead to a counter spell now, but that's okay. So now I can Ponder again. Fresh 3. There's a Dark Ritual. Okay. So... just all in Gush Pile. I guess I can probe first. Does probing first help me in any way? I guess if I probe first and I see a force, then I could theoretically wait until next turn to have force back up, right? They have force. They have force. Okay. So 3, 6, 7, 8. They would have to hit some chills, and they have 2 chills left. I could also go Dark Ritual Doomsday. Respond to force with Gush. But then I'm probably dead. No, I'm super. Okay, so I just have to hope they hit no chills. And... yeah, I have to hope they hit no chills and then go for it next turn. Okay. This actually worked out pretty well, all things considered. The fact that I forced the Grief on turn 1 and they ended up with blue card force is pretty bad for me, but... yeah. I don't know. It just seemed really bad if I didn't keep Sapphire Brainstorm, so... they didn't hit a Dredge there. They didn't use the Bazaar. So they're waiting until after... what did they Dredge? A Thug. All right, so okay. Dark Ritual, Doomsday, Force. I hope they just dredge to see if I die or not. We're gonna do this first. Can we just dredge first? No. All right. So because I assume they dredge and not because all they need is one chill to kill me, not like draw for Noxious. So I am just going to go for basic pile because there's nothing else going on here. Gush into Ancestral Lotus. Gush down to 3, Ancestral down to 0. Oracle will always win. I don't think any of my other cards matter. Do any of my other cards matter? I could have Mental Misstep for Noxious. It doesn't really matter, though. And I can have... I don't know. Days or something. After I replay everything. Which is not really necessary. Do I even need Black Lotus? I guess I don't need Black Lotus, right? So... I could put another cantrip in or something. Is there any world where I put it? Well, I don't think a misstep actually matters is the thing. I'm just like, I might not want to put misstep in the pile so they're not tempted to go for Noxious because I think going for chill is better. So I think putting misstep in the pile is actually like kind of worse, which is funny. I don't, it's just, I think none of it matters is the problem. And then I get hung up on the fact that it doesn't matter. So, I mean, as long as I have Ancestral, I don't think it could matter. I guess like, they could have misstep. They could have. Okay, I guess I should just put Luster, Lotus. Have Flusterstorm as my second in case they went for misstep for some reason. And then all of these things just don't matter, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I just pick something. I don't want to show them Force. I'll just pick Time Walk. It's fine. Okay, I will put Ancestral, Fluster, Lotus, Oracle. Should be fine. Time Walk, Lotus, Oracle, Fluster, Ancestral. They should just activate, and they have 10 hits to hit one chill. Is there any way I could have beaten a chill? Is that possible? There's like nothing that beats a chill, right? All right, here they go. Missed? Missed! Oh, we got them. The other two are in the bottom 22. Woo, baby. Oh, that is a dicey game. That's a dicey game. We beat Grief Force 7-card keep from Bazaar. We beat Grief Force 7-card Bazaar keep. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's bring up the trusty. Wait, where's my trusty? This is not my trusty anything. I need to hold on. Wait. Exclamation mark. Kevin guide. There we go. Even with a handicap of having frogs in our deck, we still got there. I assume the frogs are still in. Negations, trap. I don't have traps main. Does he have traps main? Leylines, Soul Guy. I don't have this. This is not my. It's not the same deck list anymore. All right. Well, either way, I'm bringing in Leylines, which means I'm taking out a negation, an island, maybe. Can I just take out frogs? I guess frog is like fine if I have Leyline. Cruise is probably the worst spell. Maybe just a frog. I don't think I mind misstep. It's not great, but Noxus is pretty annoying. I think it's fine. I don't know why his list says 2 negations, 2 traps. It must have been an older. Oh, it must be an older deck. Not sure. All right, I have a ley line. This looks like a keep to me. Hollow one's quite good here. 2 hollow ones is quite good here as well. But I have Oracle Consult, so I don't think this is too bad. I just need to hit How do I want to go about this? I have 2 turns, including my fetch and vamp. I can just go. I want a combination of Lotus so I can play Flusterstorm and Consult, but I need to not tap out. So if I end step Vamp for Lotus, and then I use DT to get Consults, I just won't have Fluster backup is the problem. So I think I just need to ponder then. I'm sure we can make this in a way where we can beat Force of Will. So I'm going to ponder, and I just need a mana source or force. I guess a force is good enough. Because, yeah, exactly. I can tap out. Well, I actually don't think that tapping out on their turn Yeah, I don't think Force of Vigor matters because we're trying to beat hollow ones, so... Well, I guess Force of Vigor technically matters because of our mana situation, but... But this is at least one counterspell back up, so... They could Noxious Revival as well to break up our Vampiric Tutor. That would be a problem. Noxious into, like, Mindbreak Trap. Beat me. Okay, here we go. Noxious Revival. I need all of my mana, right? And... I technically could wait a turn, but then my force is off anyways, so... I think I just force and put the game on making them have a trap or a force. Feel like that's the only viable line here. Problem is if they have Vigor now, I actually lose to Vigor as well. They just had negation back up. So... Man, I wish I had a Tabernacle in my sideboard, huh? Because I could just DT for a Tabernacle here. No Tabernacle. So... this game is not over. I can cast Oracle, get Lotus next turn, DT for something, and try to win, like a Ancestral into something. So let's continue playing it out. They have Trap too. Oh, I don't think that's my third spell. I think it's my first spell. That's Lotus Gush. But I don't have another land. I can only put one on the top as well, right? All right, so I put Lotus on the top. I DT for Ancestral, and then I have to hit like exactly Dark Ritual Doomsday cantrip. Okay. I have so many misses. I think it has to be exactly Dark Ritual Doomsday cantrip. Like 1 mana cantrip. I guess I theoretically could vamp. If I vamped and cast Ancestral with 1 mana open, does that help me in any way? Man, not having a tab is so bad. I think this game would be pretty free if I had a tab. I think it's just Ancestral Prey. All right. You bested me. Classic Munchlax. Play Consign on the play. It's better than a Frog, right? Average dredge draw. 3 pieces of interaction and 8 free power. Average dredge draw. Okay. Can't imagine putting it back. It's not like we're mulling to leyline every time. Mull to 6 from the opponent. Mull to 5 from the opponent. I think we're just casting Ancestral, right? On their upkeep. We have pretty good rebound here, and I feel like I just want max probability. I guess if I wait, I mean, I wait, I get griefed. Those are not exactly the cards we were looking for here. I guess the good news is if we get griefed, our cards suck. What are they going to do? Take Oracle? It's a pretty good brainstorm to have like 10 cards in hand. Chill, negation, hollow one. I double hollow one. I would force it if I had a force, but all right, brainstorm, help me out here. Hell, man. Bro, my deck is so bad. Why do I have Psychic Frog? I guess like Psychic Frog blocks a hollow one, right? I guess Psychic Frog blocks hollow one. I guess we put back Consign, and I feel like we're never going to use a Flusterstorm here. My opponent just discarded 2 chills, not me. What are you on about right now? There's no Dredger, and there's 2 chills in the yard. I don't know. I don't know how. Like it's. I mean, it's my line, right? Like, is it that optimistic? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's that optimistic. Can't do Lurrus buyback bobble. I bottomed a Ponder there, assuming I had enough stuff. I mean, a Doomsday just wins, right? Dark Ritual, Doomsday, Cantrip, double force backup. Like, we do win the game if we draw Doomsday. And we have looked through quite a few cards. Vigor, Trap, and Revival. I mean, he must just have Force blue card in hand. It's the only way you're pitching those cards, right? playing Hollowvine. Oh, wait, what? I guess that makes sense. Didn't want... So it has... the last card must be Trap or Revival, then. For the Doomsday. All right, well. Good game. Both teams fought hard. I don't need to overthink this. I can just do Ancestral, Lotus, Oracle. Time Walk, Flusterstorm or something. I don't know. I'm not going to overthink it. As long as I have Ancestral, Lotus, and another Oracle. Whatever. All right. Those were dicey games. I think that I would have won both of these two games at post board really easily if I had the single Tabernacle on my board. And it's probably something worth considering in our Demonic Tutor deck. Like, so far, I've wanted to have one Null Rod and one Tabernacle, which used to be staples in your Doomsday sideboard. But obviously, this sideboard's a bit tight with the 4 Unable to Screams. But this is like a lot of Raker Jewel hate. Maybe you could switch out like a Trap for... I mean, I'm sure Trap comes in some blue matchups. I don't know. I'm sure that... I think there's room, like... This is a lot of anti-blue for a Doomsday deck to have in the sideboard. And a Null Rod could probably swap into one of these slots, and it covers the same matchups. And the Tabernacle would be minusing one of the slots. No, I would just run the four ley lines and one Tabernacle. That's like the classic Doomsday sideboard. Is 4 ley line, 1 tab. And like you have plenty of cards to board out. Like these frogs are abysmal, right? So yeah, I would consider that at least. Okay, here we go. Round 3. Spurry is usually Dredge, but it says last played Lurrus PO, so maybe not. I have a cat. I've got frogs. Oh, it is Lurrus. All right. Well, if we're playing a Lurrus mirror, then this hand seems acceptable. If it's Lurrus PO, we do need to draw some interaction, though. Probe. F6. Jet. C is a Doomsday? Frog. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. Has the jet for turn 1 frog. Which seems bad for me. Do I have a basic in my deck? I do. Just in case they're on not Doomsday. They're either on Doomsday or they're on Blue-Black or Esper Frog. I think they're on Doomsday. But I probably have to fetch Basic Island regardless. And cast Preordain. I guess there's no reason not to bobble my opponent and get more information then, because I'm never going to bobble myself because I'm always going to cast Cantrip on turn 1, so... Basic Swamp. Okay, so they are on Lurrus Frog then. So I'm definitely fetching Basic Island. Because Doomsday won't have Basic Swamp. And then I'm looking for probably Force. Dig, Ponder. I feel like those cards are not good here. Because I'm playing Frog into Frog. I probably need another land, and I probably need a Force. I think these cards are not good here. I don't know if we're going to get to the point in this game where I'm going to be able to dig through time. Especially because Frog will eat my yard. Drew a Daze. Daze could protect my Frog. Also protect my Underground Sea. They chose not to play the Swamp that I knew about. Maybe they're going to discard it to the Frog. Didn't discard it to the Frog. Hopefully they buy Lurrus or something. Hopefully they don't play a second Frog. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I guess at least we have Spell Pierce covered, but... I have Oracle Consults. That makes me really not want to Daze. But I think I have to play a Frog on this turn, so... At least we have a backup plan. Frog resolved without anything happening. I have a bigger hand than my opponent. By 1. Brainstorm. Getting wastelanded here would be a nightmare, but I don't think I'm allowed to do anything about it. Didn't get wastelanded. They probably put back the swamp, though. Okay, so... Ponder, sure. I just need to hit lands. Build out my mana so I can Oracle Consult with Flusterstorm backup. I doubt they're attacking. They're attacking? Okay, well, I will block. I'm going to discard a card. I'm going to discard this Flusterstorm. Are they just going to trade a Frog for a card? That would be very odd. I would have assumed they would go and try to match me here. In which case, I'm going to like get rid of all of this and play out another Frog. Pitch a Bowmaster. I think I'm giving up on Oracle Consults. Also, if my opponent played a Bowmaster, I could just Daze here, and then I have an extra card to throw away if I wanted to. I'm trying to see, like, how far is my opponent willing to go here? I think this is a trade that's benefiting me at the moment, so... Like, if we end up with Frog superiority, that does feel good. The opponent does have Fatal Pushes and we don't. Negation. Discarded my combo. They just wanted me to discard my combo. But now I have a 4/5 Frog, and they have... I guess if they, like, just have a Fatal Push off this draw, I lose out pretty badly. They have another Frog, I'm pretty good. Cruise afterwards? That's pretty gross. They have exactly enough to cruise with Daze backup. It's pretty good. I guess now, as I said, I guess now if they fatal push, I have days, but now they have Lotus. They have Lotus and days, Lotus and push. Bro, this is the worst possible scenario that could have happened. All right, I guess. Now I'm actually behind on the frog trade too. That's so bad for me, and it makes me wish I had kept that dig through time too. Wow. And they're casting Time Walk with days. Okay, well, I will say that I don't know if that could have gone worse. Like, one card draw into exactly Cruise with the mana to pay for days, into exactly a Moxen to play Fatal Push and pay for days. And then Wasteland my Underground Sea? Okay, well. I don't know. I think this is just getting vintaged. I feel like this was just a complete high roll. Like, my opponent started this game with turn 1 frog off of Jet. I wish I hadn't engaged in a frog battle and instead of just went for combo kill. But I would have gotten Wastelanded to death anyways, so. Now I can't engage in a frog off here because I will lose the frog off. So I just lose the game on the spot. All right, well. Yeah. I don't know that I played that well. I would say it's likely I did not play that well. But I also don't know what I was realistically supposed to do. Page have a fatal Bowmaster. I might just die on the swing back. Need to get a Doomsday off like now. That is an unfortunate card to draw. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9. If I ponder, I'm just super dead. Okay, I don't know that I approached this game from the right angle, but I do know that I lost the die roll and my opponent played turn 1 frog. So don't want to get too lost in the sauce here. Let's take out negation and vamp. And let's bring in unable to screams. And let's bring in Thoughtseize. And I would just maybe get rid of forces. Seems fine. That was pretty brutal, though. I'm actually gonna do 2 forces, 2 Mishra's Bobble. Split the difference. It's kind of weird that like we're playing Lurrus so that we can play Bobble and have an engine, and then we have to like cut Bobble because it's bad against Bowmaster. Feels like we're not actually solving the problems. All right. Cat. What do I got? Dark Ritual. I could trim Dark Rituals in this matchup too, right? Can't imagine I'm supposed to mulligan a hand that has lands and spells, but it isn't a great hand. Probably just getting tap land, considering I have a wastelandable land in my hand already. But I could always hold it and get an island, so I'm super safe. Let's see. Saga Gaming. Okay. Just turn 1 Saga Gaming. Interesting. I think with my Delve spell in hand, I like pressing here. Definitely don't want another Flusterstorm. Just want a cantrip is all I really want. Or that. That's a good one. I can't protect it, but can't protect my lands from Wasteland anyways, so sadly my Daze is not turned on. They forced it. Can always buy it back with Lurrus later with my Dark Ritual. Negation. If I like had some leeway there, I might wait for like a third land, but like with no land, wastelandable targets just doesn't feel right. Yeah, there's the wasteland. All right. There's another land. So if I wanted to, I could fetch and then Dark Ritual and then Treasure Cruise. That would make them have to have another force after pitching a force. Kind of like that. They have mental misstep. Okay, well, you got me. So Saga tutors a Mox or a Lotus. And then Ancestral. So I can daze this, and then they'll have 2 mana left, and then I can fluster it. Guess that's what we're doing. Now they have to have a fluster of their own to protect this. Or I guess I can sign. Jesus Christ. Okay, sure. Can sign my Storm Trigger and pay the Fluster Storm. And then strip mine me. Well, I have a Treasure Cruise follow-up, so not bad. Cool. Bunch more lands, a Psychic Frog, a Dig Through Time, refill. Have an answer to their creature if they find one. No land. All right. This game looks pretty over. We kind of just got... They had an awkward hand after mulliganing, and we just put a lot of pressure on them. I think I want to fetch twice here, because I think those are my only lands left. Or there's... Oh, no, there are multiple lands left. Never mind. I was a little worried about not having any fetches left. Why would we talk about bans? There's no reason to do that. So no, it's not time to talk about bans. Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing. That's a positive. How about we talk about Magic? Playing the game optimally. Yeah, I know. Magic players hate playing Magic. True. Suez. Card on top. 2 lands. I gotta be careful of a Bowmaster here. So I don't want to just like gush into it. Could just attack. So there's the Bowmaster. Now, do I want to spend 3 cards to jump my Frog? And then I could always make the Bowmaster unable to scream and just go off after. Because I do want to gush this turn to make my land drop. I think so. I think I just eat 3 cards. I guess I could wait until they ping. But they're just always going to ping face, so... Okay, so now I hit my land drop anyways. Which makes me not really want to gush. Think what I'll do is just play Lurrus, play Frog. And I can figure it out next turn, but they can't really attack or anything into this, so... Yeah, this seems better. Okay. Yeah. I kind of want to take this Daze out, but they really should be constrained on mana, even on the draw. Did my opponent like know about Daze all throughout game 1 from the probe on turn 1, or did I draw it after? I thought I drew it after, but maybe they just knew about the Daze the whole time. Let me go back and look, I guess. At DD3. Maybe my opponent knew about the Daze the whole time from probe. No, I drew it after probe. Okay. Didn't think I was going crazy. Okay. I have a cap. My hand doesn't function. Always love that. Mulligan. Keep. And I think I just bottom the Doomsday. Doesn't feel like a Doomsday hand. Seems unlikely to want to have a Doomsday, and I'll probably draw another one. All right, Underground Sea. Pass. Basic Island. Preordain. Doomsday number 2 and Bobble. I think neither of these are good. Jet. Sure. Strip mine on my basic island. Don't know why I tried. Pretty good. Play around things. Is he thinking about flustering? Dark Ritual, Bauble, Fetch Land. I feel like these are not good. But I could keep one if I wanted. Like I could keep a fetch land here. Yeah, let's draw fetch and keep float bauble on top. Cause I have wow, they kept basic island in against me. A basic swamp in against me. So this actually, it's still bad. So let's just fetch. Grab that sewers. Flusterstorm would be a decent draw. I don't think I want another C. I want to be able to dig anyways. Ancestral. Cool. So this is great. Love this. Let's lead with Scream and see what they do. Actually, this jet means I can't actually dig in response as well, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, so let's go with C, Scream. If they negate it, I Ancestral in response. I guess I could dig. Yeah, well, Ancestral lets me draw into Fluster. Dig lets me hit Force better. So am I going to do anything else now? I don't think so. Buy Lurrus. Buying Lurrus better than like, because I don't think I'm gonna dig into open Spell Pierce. I would dig. I don't want to Ancestral on my turn, but I don't want to Ancestral into Bowmaster, and I don't want to dig into open Spell Pierce. But I don't have anything to buy with Lurrus. So what do I want to do? I can't Ancestral and dig now. That's not how blue spells work, CRK. Yeah, I know. Paying mana for colored mana for spells. We've been over this. Hashtag Void Mirror. How bad is it if I get forced or negated on this Ancestral? Guess it's not that bad. Cool. I have one fetchable left in my deck. I gotta make sure I fetch next turn. Feel really good about this spot, even though my opponent has 6 cards in hand, so. Wasteland. Maybe I should have used a different mana there. Nothing else from my opponent. Dark Ritual. I'm definitely not gonna just cast dig right now. It's definitely gonna be a their turn thing. Unless they cast a Bowmaster, in which case I would dig. But now I think I just wait a little longer. I can Dark Ritual to pay, so I guess I will just dig now. Ah, Mystical Dispute. Dark Ritual. Pay. Dig. Just Gush. Gush. I think I just want to take Cruise, Gush, and then start by cruising. Which will cost me more mana than I'll be able to Doomsday, but I don't think I need to go all in on like a Doomsday Gush scenario here. I think I just do Gush, Cruise. Huh. I do lose out on Ancestral in my yard, but I don't know if that matters. Like, if they force this, I can still fluster, because I just have infinite cards. Didn't get pushed. Island. Surprised I keep both basics in here. So now they can have Bowmaster up. Now I have a Force. I mean, now I feel like we should just Doomsday. I guess it's hard for me to jump a frog in general. I just like don't feel like I need to cast Doomsday, which makes me not want to cast Doomsday, you know? Like, my opponent's been sitting with a million cards in hand this entire game. I feel like if I Doomsday is away, I lose the game. I think I'm just going to attack, and if my opponent wants to block, it's fine. I'll just pitch a card. I'll pitch like a Daze that I don't care about here. And I'll just buy Lurrus. I should pitch a Doomsday. Like, I just don't care about Doomsday. Like, I don't think I want to cast Doomsday in this game. It just doesn't feel like the right way to approach this game. What is this? Long goodbye, my frog. Sure. Uncounterable, kill my frog. I'll buy it back with Lurrus later. I mean, now I could just go for it. Now I think I'm just going to go for it. Now they're like super tapped out. I have to make a pile. They could have Ancestral. I have multiple things. So the safest thing for me to do is like Time Walk, Lotus, Oracle. Flusterstorm, Misstep stuff. Something like this. I guess I just don't need Lotus, right? So if I gush into Misstep, Time Walk, that means I don't actually get to the Thoughtseize. I feel like Misstep covers me better, though. So... I don't really want a cantrip. I just don't think this Thoughtseize does anything is the problem. What if I put another Doomsday at the end of the pile? Seems better. Because I'm not being pressured. So I'm going to go Time Walk, Misstep, Oracle, Doomsday. Doomsday at the end of my pile. Oracle, Misstep, Time Walk. Gush back my lands. Time Walk. Looks like they have nothing. I don't know what's in their hand. And cast Oracle. GG. Huh. But this gave me Force, Pitching Scream, plus Daze, plus Fluster, plus Misstep. And then if my opponent like Ancestral's in response to Gush, I guess the Misstep doesn't actually help me if they Ancestral in response to Gush. But I still have Daze and Fluster, so it's fine. But maybe I didn't need to do that. I was just like being as cautious as possible. My opponent has no way to threaten my life total right now. So like having double Oracle and a way to buy it all back seems like it makes the most sense. Though I guess if for some reason like Oracle went to the yard, what I could do is just like buy Lurrus, play Lurrus, replay Oracle. So maybe you don't actually need a Doomsday. It's probably all like splitting hairs on things that don't really matter, but I don't know. There's lots to think about when you're like that far ahead and you don't want to randomly. If my opponent hadn't long goodbyed my frog, I wouldn't have gone for it. I would have just played a longer game. But once they committed their resources to killing a frog I didn't really care about, then I'm in. Okay, round 4, 3-0. Maybe Raker Shops from the opponent. We'll see. I have a cat. I've got... This is not a good hand against Raker Shops. It is a turn 3 kill, though. Is that good enough? I guess I could always consult for force. Two Moxen, Chalice, Needle. Just gonna go Sewers. There's my force. Okay. I don't have a force this turn, but I have a force next turn. And it should get me to turn 3, so... And I have an extra thing if they name Delta again. This looks like a win. Unless my opponent's not on Raker, and they're on, like, Sphere Shops and Wasteland me, which would be pretty bad for me. Scalding Tarn. Tolarian? Alright, well... Tezzeret. Bobble. Sensei's top. Classic average Raker Shops draw. 3 restricted 0 drops and a Tolarian Academy. Looks like we should still win, though. Don't play the Scalding Tarn out. Can't believe my opponent named Scalding Tarn at all, but... No bad matchups when you have 4 mana off your Tolarian Academy on turn 1. Alright. I have Oracle Consult on turn 2, and I have a force to get me to turn 3. So, see what happens. My opponent should definitely activate this top on upkeep so that they can get an extra Tezzeret trigger. They didn't do that, so that's good for me. Might not matter if they have enough artifacts, though. Scrawling Crawler. Resolves. God, I love CRK. Thank you for telling people to play Scrawling Crawler. Oh, man. They can't even... oh, they're going to search. I guess they're going to search for a Vexing Bauble. How do we beat that one? With the win in our hand. Mana Vault. Resolves. Flesh Raker, I assume. Yeah, that's my force target. Yep. Cool. I love playing against Raker, man. That's crazy, by the way. This draw is nuts. This is like an unbelievable Raker draw. Like, this draw is so good. And they're dead. That's a crazy Raker draw to beat. Wow. All right. Up a game. And then we board in like a bajillion cards too. We've got consigns. Yeah, I mean, Raker doesn't want to play against vintage decks. I agree. You don't have to convince me that Raker is bad against vintage cards. I agree with you. And we board in 6 cards too. Sweet. I mean, I'm just like saying like that was close to like a top 1% Raker hand. Like that hand is unbelievably powerful. This hand kind of sucks, but I don't feel like I'm supposed to mulligan. Oh god, this hand. Maybe I have to mulligan this. This hand sucks so much. All my spells are just the clunkiest spells in my deck. And we have this stupid frog again. I kind of hate this hand. I just want to put it back. I'm gonna put it back. Hell yeah. Ugh, Mana Crypt too? Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure we're just casting turn 1 Doomsday. Makes sense. Top key to activate trick because they have a floating artifact to play. It's a strong opener too. I gotta be a little careful with my Doomsday pile here. I could just wait. I could just cast Ancestral. I can just cast Ancestral and get to a land and just go on the next turn. Just cast this now. All right, so I have double force, but I missed on a land drop. I really needed to hit a land drop so I could win on the next turn here. The One Ring. Does that matter? Kind of. If I miss on my land, it's like really bad. I'm just gonna force it. I have a second force, so I think it's fine. All I need to do is hit a land and I win on my next turn here. Tez. Do I care about Tez? I don't think so. I guess I can get Chalice and I have to force Chalice. So I guess I should just counter Tez. They keep in Chalice? Probably keep in Chalice. Yeah, I guess you probably keep in Chalice. They got Black Lotus. Okay. pass. They can technically hard cast a Mindbreak Trap here. All right, I just need a fetch land. I drew a Doomsday. Come on, bro. My Ancestral didn't just miss forever. Is there any card that I could draw into that would get me out of this? Not really, right? I just have to cast Doomsday. But now they can, like, Tezzeret and get a Vexing Bauble or something. Such a bad Ancestral. It was pretty good because I got Force, but, like, drawing 2 Ritual, 2 Doomsday is super bad. If I had cast Doomsday on turn 1, I would have won this game. I actually got punished by waiting for turn 2 for the sure thing. I guess I wouldn't have won because I would have forced the ring and then they would have played a Vexing Bauble and it would have been bad for me. Man. Maybe I just wait again. I just cast. The problem is if I cast a Ponder now and I force pitching Ponder, then I have to draw another cantrip anyways. So the problem is, like, if my opponent just, like, activates top twice and then goes and gets a Vexing Bauble, I have to force it. It's, like, super bad for me. Oh, they're gonna Mindbreak Trap this? I think I'm just letting that happen. That's fine. They should probably just, like, top trick and upkeep, I guess. Draw maximum cards using most mana. And then I'm still at the spot where I just need to draw a land. Now they can draw a bajillion cards every turn. And I probably have to force this bauble. Blech. Oh, they got a second top. Interesting. Sure. I mean, they're going off. I just need to draw a land. I just need to draw a land. I've gone through 11 cards. Haven't found a land yet. Lots of those in my deck. Ooh, they found Tolarian. It's pretty fucking good. Okay. You got it. I mean, this is my last turn, probably. I don't think I get another turn after this, so... Another Tezzeret. Yeah. Soul Ring. They are allergic to getting a bauble. All right. Works for me. I just have to draw a land. Fuck me. How unlucky. I mean, I guess now I cast Ponder. There's a land. It's just too late, though, right? Like, my opponent's going to draw 8 bajillion cards. I mean, maybe none of them kill me. No, I'm, like, super dead. I'm so dead. I just missed too hard. That's crap. Very unlucky. So my opponent didn't draw with their tops again in upkeep. They ripped the bauble off the top. All right, well, I forced this bauble because I have to win. And then I die to a Raker. I just have to hope they don't find a Raker. They can shuffle with Tezzeret, though, so pretty unlikely. I guess I have to be able to fetch around a needle here. Oh, I fucking did not. Yeah. They have to cast a needle. Oh, they just got a chalice instead. All right. Well, I think that means I just lose, right? Unless I draw. It's like some kind of time walk combination. Man, this game was really frustrating. Because my opponent had a good hand, but not like a great hand. And I think I had a very good hand after my mulligan. I still don't think it was correct to cast Doomsday on turn 1. I feel like Ancestraling was better. It just didn't work out. Yeah. Just getting bullied by Tolarian Academy and a million tops. There's just like no world in which this Chalice doesn't murder me. Yeah, Chalice on 2 is... Can I build a pile that beats that? I think I can build a pile that beats that. I just need to have a Steel Sabotage. Yeah, that I can beat. I think I want that. I could still get Mind Break trapped for whatever it's worth, but... Okay, so... I think it's just... Ponder into Ancestral Oracle Sabotage. Ponder, Ancestral, Lotus Oracle Sabotage. Is there any reason to do anything else? I guess that theoretically could lose to a Dismember, so let's put a probe in there. I think if I get trapped at the end of all of this, then I'm going to lose no matter what, so... I think I just build it to beat them right now. Ponder, Probe, Ancestral, Lotus, Sabotage, Oracle. Sure. Yeah. Okay. That seems fine. Lotus, Sabotage, Oracle. Ancestral Probe. Ponder. They should spin for a Mind Break Trap. Talon Gates, Talon Gates. I beat Talon Gates, right? With this pile, I also beat Talon Gates because I put a probe in. I think my opponent had this game won and just threw it away with that Chalice play. Wow. All right. Clean. Clean. Raker Shops is not a very good. It's kind of a meme. Bam. Anyways, what we're doing now is playing round 5 with Lurrus Doomsday, the best Lurrus combo deck in the format, probably. We're up against Daniel, who is a prolific MTGO grinder and always plays Frog Wasteland stuff. So, should be fun. One of the problems with playing against Daniel, though, is he is a prolific MTGO grinder. So he's probably playing multiple matches of various card games at the same time. Our hand is not particularly good, but I also don't feel like mulliganing this, so... So we played Frog once today already, not me. And I would say the Lurrus hasn't mattered too much. The fact that you have baubles that are not good against Bowmaster is kind of awkward. I will say the Unable to Screams make the matchup quite good, but there's no reason you can't just play Unable to Scream in non-Lurrus. Because, yeah, I mean, you know the Frog deck. If it can't hit with Frog, it's going to be very anemic. We won a close 3-game set where we got like super vintaged in one of the games, but it didn't feel like a super great matchup or anything. So, I mean, I know that this is the intent, right? The intent of playing Lurrus in Doomsday is to make the Lurrus Frog matchup better, but yeah, that's something I'm gonna try out in mock season is playing like blue black PO Lurrus with Unable to Screams. Should be even better in PO where you can like pick it up, right? I am pretty worried about getting Bowmastered here, but I also don't know if I'm really allowed to not ponder set preordain. Lotus Consult. That is certainly an avenue to victory. But yeah, I intend to do some serious testing with blue-black, heavily blue, multiple islands. Though that does get rid of the Flame of Anor, so who knows? Who knows? I'm trying to figure out if I want to keep this Lotus. And I think the answer is yes. And I think I'm not going to cast it on this turn. Maybe I should have ordered it the other way. I feel very scared about my current spot in this game, and I'm kind of interested in doing a jamming and trying to get through. And one of the ways I can get through here is with this Lotus, because it means that Spell Pierce won't counter Consult. So I'll have, I guess to be fair, we could technically Dark Ritual first. But then I would actually still be 1 mana short, so. Yeah. I have a turn to kill with Force Backup and Spell Pierce turned off, so that's my plan. Not, I would say we're still probably unfavored from this spot, but there's a wide variety of cards that can be in my opponent's hand that are not good. Like, Frog, Bowmaster, Fatal Push. Time Walk is pretty nuts here. So this looks like Time Walk to me. Time Walk definitely is putting me on the clock to make a play. Oh. What does this mean? Cast Lorien revealed. Sure. You got it. All right, so they have to have double force. I love that that Kevin put the second Oracle console back into the deck because I think it's so strong. Cool. Take that. All right, let's bring in Unable to Scream and Thoughtseize. And then I want to take out Negation, Vamp, Bobble, Force is what I did last time. But kind of, I don't know. I feel like Daze is actually good. Like I feel like they should be constrained on mana a lot of the time, even on the draw. This is what I did last time. I'm gonna try it again. I must say, so far I've been fairly impressed with this build. I haven't liked the frogs a lot, but a couple times they've been quite good. Honestly, the more I play this, the more I think normal Doomsday should just be fine. Like, I don't know why normal Doomsday is not doing super well. The deck is still super broken. But, like, we've won a huge percentage of our games with Oracle Consults. We've won a huge percentage of our games with, like, cantrips and overpowering our opponent with blue cards. We've won a decent percentage of our games with like early Dark Ritual Doomsdays. There's been a couple good frog spots, but not very many. And we have definitely played a bunch of matchups where we wanted to not have our frogs in our deck. And the only times Lurrus is like super mattered were times we were actively like super far ahead anyways. Don't really like this hand, but I don't particularly care for mulliganing in the matchup, so I'm down to keep most things. Depending... Oh, we're just getting Ancestraled. It's pretty bad for us. Our hand is not really equipped to beat an Ancestral Recall here. Thanks, Mental Misstep. Right on time. It's unbelievable, man. All right. What's your next card? Urza Saga. That's a good one, too. This game will be very hard to win. If this bauble draws us a cantrip, I'll probably just go all in on turn 2. That is not a cantrip, though. I mean, it's going about as rough as a 4-0 can go. except for the Raker matchup, which was totally fine. Tap out for Frog. I mean, what's my percentage chance to draw a cantrip? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not very high. But I can just like end of turn console for Doomsday and then just hope to draw a cantrip. Is that crazy from this spot? Like I have Force Misstep backup. I guess Misstep doesn't really cover anything though. I could just console for an Unable to Scream. I could just force this. I don't want to force this. I think forcing this is so bad. I think I'm just going to go for it. I really hate my spot in this game, and I just want to jam. I lost a bunch of cantrips, but I did not lose an Oracle. I did lose Lotus, though. I drew another Dark Ritual. Well, that doesn't help me at all. Hope they counter this Dark Ritual. I'm so dead, by the way. I'm just so dead. I'm not sure I've ever been more dead than I am right now. I guess if I had done Unable to Scream, I would have milled over 2 Unable to Screams in my top 6. Spell Pierce Negation. I cannot cast Dig. It does not count cards in my exile. I'm going to keep Dig in case my forces all get countered. But also it's super dead if my Doomsday does resolve. Oh shit, it resolved. So now I wish I had my Mental Misstep back. How do I win this game? I feel like there's no way I possibly can win this game. It's got to be like Time Walk. Oh, I lost Probe too. Fuck. So I'm super dead. I'm so dead. I lost Time Walk as well. Oh, I also lost all of my fetchables that are not Undercity Sewers. Okay. So I am just going to go Ancestral into Force. So I'm gonna bait with the Gush in the pile. Ancestral, Force, Oracle. And oh wait, I guess baiting with the Gush in the pile doesn't actually help me because if I get wastelanded, I'm fucking dead. But I also have no other blue sources. So I shouldn't even bother with Ancestral because Ancestral sucks. So instead, I will go. Gosh. I just have no like Black Lotus, no Time Walk, no nothing. So no blue lands, no anything. So I can't really build piles that do things. I think I can only do all I can do is like Gush and hope they have nothing. Because I'll just die if I cast it. If they like wasteland me and I cast Ancestral, I'll just die. I guess my Ancestral could go. Yeah, Unable to Scream doesn't actually stop Frog. Because they'll have it, it'll already be pitched. So I think we're just fucked. Okay, cool. In that case. Or Gush. Yeah, sure. Gush, Thoughtseize, Oracle, Ancestral to bait my opponent. Okay. So Ancestral, Oracle, Thoughtseize, Oracle, Gush, and hope my opponent has actual, factual, 0 magic cards that matter. I should probably not have Demonic Consultation for... To be fair, if I had Demonic Consultation and it had hit... If I had Demonic Consultation and drawn... Oh, they only went for 1 card? That's a bad sign. If I had Demonic Consultation and then drawn a cantrip, it would have worked out. All right, cast Dark Ritual. Cast Gush. Did I actually have more to work with here than I thought? Not really, because I can't play Dig Through Time and play a thing after. All my opponent has to do is counter this. That's all I gotta do. But we'll see what happens. If it resolves, we're still probably fucked. But it'll be more fun. No, I did not resolve. Unfortunately, my next card is Oracle, right? Which does not get the job done. But I didn't have a free cantrip. They had a Bowmaster as well. They just shot their own Bowmaster to fatal push my Lurrus. I see. So they had Force, blue card, Bowmaster push. Not great for me. And strip mine. Okay. All right. I've invested. Get me out. That could have gone better. It could have been better. That's fine. It was really hard to win a game where I keep a bad 7 and my opponent Ancestral's on the play. Not too worried about it. I took an obviously risky line and it did not pay off. All right. Here we go. Win and in, baby. Win and in. Give me a nice one. Give me an ancestral, an island. Hit me with some goodies. I'll take a island. Oh, loving it. Keep. This can actually go pretty badly though if they just have like force into wasteland, but I could lead on Ponder looking for a land. Does that make sense? Feels bad, doesn't it? Is that silly to like Ponder looking for a land? My Ponder only sees one more card than Ancestral. I think it's just not very good. So I want this Ancestral to resolve, and then I want it to draw me Force, Fetch, Force? I don't know. I only have two forces in my deck, though. No, they had Force backup. Puts them down to 4 cards. Force pitching, Spell Pierce. Bobble. My card. That's a bad sign. I think that means I'm getting wastelanded. Though if they see a land on top, maybe they won't wasteland me. No, I got strip mined. All right, well. That seems bad for me. Shit. I guess I make a Lotus pile that has land. Oh, fucking hell. Let me think about this. I mean, I could just put a land on top. So if I go first card land, ponder. So first card land 4 cards, ponder to 3 cards, Lotus, brainstorm, forced Oracle. I think that's actually pretty good. And I can put a... Oh, man, it's so risky. Okay, I think we're doing it. How powerful do I want this to be? So if I put top card island, and then I put a Lotus, and I brainstorm. So I at 4 cards when I draw island. After I ponder, I'm at 3 cards. I cast brainstorm to 0 and 2 back. So I get to keep... I can keep, like, Oracle Days and put back a 3rd card and a misstep. It's not very good. I don't have to brainstorm. I can just... But what if I go island brainstorm? And then I have mental misstep and ponder in my hand. I'm at 4 cards. I brainstorm. I go to 1 card and then to 3 cards. I cast probe. I draw probe, force, oracle. Put 2 cards back. And then I have probe, force, oracle, and then I probe into another blue card and I cast oracle. That's not great. What if I go brainstorm into Lotus, time walk, island, Lotus, time walk, oracle, oracle, land? It's not going to help me because I get wastelanded, right? Island, ponder, Lotus, brainstorm, island, ponder, Lotus, Brainstorm. Keep 2. Put 1 and misstep back. Keep Oracle Thoughtseize. Island. Ponder. Sorry. Island. Brainstorm. Lotus. Ancestral. I feel like that's better. Island. Brainstorm. Put back. Ponder. Misstep. Keep. Ancestral. Lotus. Oracle. And then my opponent disconnected from the game. Because then I can, if my Ancestral doesn't resolve, I cast Oracle. And if my Ancestral does resolve, I get Misstep, Ponder, and a Force. What do we think about that? It's a little all in. Island, Brainstorm. Grabbing me Ancestral, Lotus, Oracle. I cast Lotus. I cast Ancestral. What if they have Spell Pierce? I have Misstep on Brainstorm. If they wait and they Spell Pierce Lotus. Then we're fucked. Which would be bad. If I just go Island, Ponder. So if I just go Island, Ponder. This Brainstorm is so annoying to try to work with. I want to theoretically have a pile that has like multiple islands and can play a second Oracle, but it just seems so hard. I looked at Thoughtseize piles, but I wasn't really happy with them. I could just go island, like a way like less invasive line, which is like island, ponder, Thoughtseize. And then on the next turn, brainstorm into like island, ponder, Thoughtseize. I'm so lost. Island, ponder, Thoughtseize is 2 cards deep. And then no, I just like don't like I can't. I'm not getting deep enough. I think this is like one of my best all-in lines. I just like don't know that that's actually a good idea. Oh, wait. I don't even think that brainstorm line works unless the ancestral resolves. That brainstorm line doesn't even work unless the ancestral resolves. Island. Ponder. Lotus. What's the 5th card here? I go Island and I Ponder with Lotus on top. Maybe I should just lead on Probe. Four, 3. If I lead on Probe, my it's not free. It's not free at all. I might not have enough to Ancestral. I'm way too lost. I'm gonna try this. Should have been a land, maybe. No undoing. Okay. I was just trying to like bait with the forest because I thought it didn't matter and I could maybe get it with my brainstorm, but I don't know. I think I fucked it up. So I'm at 4 cards. If I preordain, if I brainstorm, I draw the non-force cards and I put back. I think it's fine if I just brainstorm here. And if they counter it, it's like also fine. It's like Lotus. I can't keep all 3 unless I lose these 2. So if this resolves, then I keep all 3 and I go Thoughtseize, Lotus, Oracle. And if it doesn't resolve, or if I misstep, then I can't go off. Or maybe I can Ponder after. No, I don't think I can Ponder after. No, I have to ponder to get down to 2. Which is fine. They kept on top. And then they forced my brainstorm. That's fine. Wait, so what did I keep on top? Is it Lotus or is it Thoughtseize? So I kind of... No, this is fine. I play Ponder, and then I play... Oh, it's not fine. Can I wait? I can just wait a turn, right? I'm gonna wait a turn. If I Ponder now, all I can do is cast Oracle, right? Does you have Bowmaster? Oh, they have Dig? I could wait all the way down to my last card, I guess. No, I can't really do that. The problem is, like, if I get my Lotus countered, I lose, right? Like, if they like, force or something there, I lose. So I wanted to get Thoughtseize. But maybe I just had to go all in. Like, I can still win this game. Why? Pondered into force and passed. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean... This sequence means I'm going to untap and I'm going to cast Thoughtseize without playing anything, and then hopefully clears the way for me to go Ponder into Oracle and win. But I'm going to have to make my choices pretty quick, so... But I have Spell Pierce covered, at least, with Misstep. I have Ancestral covered with Misstep. So, I have a couple of things, at least. It was really hard. It was really hard. I'd love to know what the right answer was, but... All right, they got their dig through time. They got 4 cards. Now what? Can't F6 in case they have Ancestral. So I just have to play fast. I don't know. Like, I could have built a lot of different piles, but I got my Brainstorm Force, which made things pretty odd. I mean, I could have weaved a Gataxian Probe into the pile, right? That could have been an upgrade. If I had weaved a Gataxian Probe into the pile, then Yeah, maybe I was supposed to have Gataxian Probe as my second card in the pile. Island, cast Brainstorm, and then if I get to my next turn, I probe into Lotus, and then I know if I can go or not, and I can Ponder Thought Oracle. We have like a force on the bottom of my deck that I'm trying to like bait my opponent into thinking I have. That was my logic was I wasn't getting to the last card, so I should just put a force there. But I could have put another land there so that if my Lotus gets cast, I could have still cast another Oracle later. So I think it should have either been a probe in between my pile or a land at the bottom of my pile so I could Oracle if my Lotus didn't work out. But I thought I was like covering my Lotus pretty well. So it's tough. Also, my opponent can get my exact cards that are left, so I'm not sure if they probably know about Thoughtseize. But like if I think those are the three options in this particular pile scenario. Yeah, I guess you're right. If they know I have a land, they will never counter the Lotus. That's probably true. So I don't know. I just don't know if like Probe was better. I don't think my pile was bad. I just don't know if it was actually optimal. My opponent probably thinks I have misstep force in my hand because I didn't use Ponder, right? We have no Cavern, no. Like, they probably don't think I have Ponder in my hand. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows what I'm doing at this point? I'm just hoping that, like, Thoughtseize goes on the stack, they Spell Pierce it, I Mental Misstep it, and then I Thoughtseize away their interaction, and I go for the win. That's what I'm hoping. The problem with that line would be, like, if they had Spell Pierce, Force, Push, or, like, Spell Pierce, Force, Force Blue. The good news is I don't have any more choices to make. Like, I made my choices. Now I just... Okay, Wasteland. That's... Okay, Soul Guide. They didn't even use the Wasteland to Soul Guide. I mean, I could. I think this is better, though. I guess they have a thought they can draw now off of Lantern after. Twister Push. Okay. I'll put them on... Yeah. Drawing Force. Oh, I had fucking... Oh, I'm so stupid. I had Fatal Push covered. Okay, I'm stupid. I should have taken the Twister so like they couldn't draw the thing. I'm so bad. I actually had that covered. I just take the Twister, leave the thing, and then misstep. I mean, it means I have to play on the stack more and finish my time, but I just clicked the wrong card. Yeah. I should take Twister there so they can't draw into Force. So, like, the thing they can draw into there is Spell Pierce, right? No, I have that covered, too, because they're tapped out. Yeah, okay. It was just bad. It was just bad. Yeah. It was just bad. I took the wrong card. Ugh. That's really gross. I did all that work and like crafted a nice little pile just to like, man, their dig through time must have been awful, right? Did I play Lotus after pondering or something? Yeah, I was trying to play fast, and I think I bumbled a bunch of the ending parts there a little bit. But we're locked for top 8. Okay, we're locked for top 8. We are the only 5-0 in this event. I will see if I can go 6-0 here. I'm going to try to play a little bit better than the ending of that last game. This hand seems fine. Hopefully we can preordain into some forces, maybe. I guess I could wait, hold open for show and tell if we think our opponent is on oath. So I might actually first I'll bobble and see if we can figure out what my opponent's playing. But there's definitely some value in holding open Flusterstorm on turn 1 for show and tell, but it's like pretty bad against oath itself. Vexing Bauble. I'm gonna play Preordain. Those do not look great. I think I want to keep one though. Like, there's still a range of decks that my opponent can be. I drew the Force anyways. Not bad. Though if they go turn 1 Bobble, it doesn't really help me, does it? I need some more water, chat. Remind me to get some water after game 1 or 2. I definitely top 8'd the last 2 challenges before I left for Eternal Weekend, right? I'm not crazy. So this is the 3rd in a row. Not bad. Ooh, okay. So they chose to go Hedge Maze and not play Bobble. This does mean they're on Oath. I didn't want to draw a land at this point. I definitely was looking for a Doomsday. Those cards are terrible. Wow, okay. I see. I guess what I could do is Ritual Lurrus Bobble. Is that something I'm interested in doing? I guess it is. I'm not really happy about this. Especially with them having a face-up Bobble in hand. A face-up Vexing Bobble in hand. Not really going to get much value. Like, if they force here and I force back and then I Bobble, then I get 1 Bobble before they play Bobble. It's not very good. I feel like I'm really... I think my Ponder... Maybe I shouldn't have kept the land off of the Preordain. I kept the land, right, to, like, play around possible Wasteland decks, but maybe I should have just bottomed. Like, drawing an extra land this turn and then whiffing on Ponder was really bad. Like, I had the fetch land, so I could Ponder for 1 card if I wanted to, but... Alright, so the Lurrus resolved, which is good, because now I still have access to this. They have a Orchard. Okay, so there's, like, no downside to having Lurrus in play. Let's see what my opponent chooses to do, because Vexing Bobble will stop this Bobble loop, But they might just have, like, forced backup payoff here. And then I have to choose whether to keep Flusterstorm or to keep Probe, because I will force this bauble. I think I'm going to keep Probe. No, I'm going to keep Flusterstorm for show and tell and stock up. If they have a... They have an oath, they have an oath. They're like thinking about forcing back over this, which is reasonable. Okay. They didn't force back, which means I get another Mishra's Bauble or Lotus Frog. Let's play Mishra's Bauble. Let's look at my top card. It's a fetch land. I definitely don't want a fetch land. I don't think I want a Sewers because I think I want to help out Flusterstorm. They want a Force Frog. I just don't care, obviously. They forced Frog. Pitching show and tell. Sure. Hopefully I just don't get oathed. They only have 4 cards left. We're drawing a card here. Doomsday. That's oh god. If I like do the should I do the infinite frog attack loop Doomsday? I don't know the infinite frog attack loop Doomsday. I didn't read that section of the guide. Ancestral Time Walk Lotus Doomsday with Lurrus and a land in play can take infinite turns. I don't No, I didn't learn this loop. Wait, I need 2. Do I need 2 Doomsdays? Oh no, yeah, get a Doomsday. Okay. I really, really hope I don't have to. I think it's just Ancestral Walk, Lotus, Doomsday, and then the 5th card doesn't matter because you don't ever reach the 5th card. Oh, wait, you always reach the 5th card. So you just gain a card, but then I guess you only get to keep it every time, so... Blue, green, Oath? Did we tank over Oath? Jesus. Alright. I don't know why we're tanking for that. Won't be able to do the loop if they have an Atraxa in play, by the way. So maybe just a cantrip wins. Fucking Flooded Strand. So we don't have any way of like doing anything to this Atraxa, right? Well, can I bounce my... No, I can't bounce my Lurrus. So what is my best play? Is it just Mishra's Bauble and like cast a Doomsday right now and hope it works out? I can, what I can do is I can play Lotus out of my yard, fetch, cast Doomsday. I have to beat an Atraxa somehow. I think resolving Doomsday now makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to fetch, get an island, and use a Mishra's Bauble to draw into Ancestral and cast Ancestral on my opponent's turn. Or if I want to get Black Lotus, so I have a ton of mana. It seems worse. So I wait to crack Bauble until after I Doomsday. Okay, so I think what I do is I cast Mishra's Bauble. And then I play a land, and I fetch my last island out of my deck. And then I attack. And then I cast Doomsday? And I have a way to make this resolve if I need to make it resolve. I'm going to be so confused because I'm going to be drawing so many weird cards at weird times. Oh, God. Should have attacked after Doomsday to gain more life. Whatever, man. I don't think that matters. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... I think it involves Ancestral. I don't have a Thoughtseize in the main. I think it involves Ancestral, 2 Oracles. Time Walk? How much land am I going to have? I'm going to have 5 mana next turn. So I can lead Time Walk, cast Oracle, assuming my Ancestral resolves, which I think I want to cast. I think I want to cast Ancestral on their upkeep. I think it has the best chance of resolving on their upkeep. I guess that's not particularly true. I could leave open Flusterstorm. And what if I Gush? What if I Bauble into Gush, gushing into... I feel like it's so bad to lose my mana. So if Ancestral resolves, I draw 1 down to 4, draw 1 down to 3. Sorry. I'll have 0 cards exactly. If Ancestral doesn't resolve, I'm drawing the next card off the top, and I have 3 remaining cards. So I think I want to put Ancestral Gush, Oracle, and a Force. So my plan is to activate my Bauble, draw Ancestral on their upkeep, active player, non-active player, resolve Ancestral, or don't resolve Ancestral. If I resolve Ancestral, I will draw all the non-Oracle cards. And if I don't, I untap and I Gush and I go for double Oracle. Yeah, this seems good. Okay, so I am going to go with Oracle on the bottom, Force here, Oracle, Gush, Ancestral. Look at my opponent's top card. Technically, I could play a slower game because I have a Bauble to draw an extra card again. Show and tell. It's going to get milled over. I could not cast Ancestral, in which case I'd have Flusterstorm open. I just don't know if Flusterstorm does anything. Like, if my opponent hits Time Walk, they just, like, are going to be able to resolve it regardless, right? And if they like hard cast negation right now, it's fine. I guess like the downside of this is if they ancestral me, but then I have force, so they have Flusterstorm. All right. Okay, so I have nothing. They are resolving Atraxa trigger. Their Atraxa trigger did not hit anything. Oh, hit mental misstep, but I already used my ancestral. This miss. This is a whiff. This is a whiff. This is a complete whiff. It's Oko, Mana Crypt, Mental Misstep, Orchard. That's terrible. Sephiroth, the Savior. That is an awful, awful, awful Atraxa hit. So it depends on what the last two cards in the card they drew were. Misstep, Crypt. Delta, Probe. They know I have a Fluster. Their last two cards are another Show and Tell? Atraxa? This one hit Time Walk, but we have Flusterstorm. So they already played a land, right? They can't strip mine me. They can DT for a force, but then they're tapped out. I think we're still winning from this spot. I think we're still winning. So we know my opponent has Mental Misstep and Oko. Oh, but then we can't protect. Oh, wait, they don't have a force though. Unless their one unknown card is a force. Their last unknown would have to be a force for this to go badly. I wonder if they could have Besaged me. No, they don't have a Mox. They didn't realize I played the land off of Show and Tell. Wow, he didn't realize I put the land in off of Show, and that's what. Show and Tell symmetrical. Show and Tell is symmetrical. Wow, I think we're getting through. That was extremely lucky set of circumstances. Like, those were not great. The first thing was such a big whiff, and then the second one, having a second one is crazy. Wild. Then my land lets me play the Flusterstorm. Wow, okay. All right. I don't think his guide includes Oath as a deck that exists. I That's kind of funny. So we'll just do it off the top of our head. What do we like against Oath? I like Thoughtseize, and I like Negation, and I kind of like Trap. And then I think Island is kind of sus. And Daze is probably sus. And I feel like Frog's kind of sus, but I'm not sure. I'm not really allowed to cut a Frog here. Do we have enough permission to play full control? It's probably Vamp. I don't really want to cut Vamp because opponent's deck like runs out. You think Consign is good? I don't really like Consign. On the draw? Like on the play, you can hit like a Mana Crypt and you can hit Atraxa. Well, Fluster doesn't hit Oath of Druids, is the classical issue. I'll cut one Frog. This seems fine to me. I think I'll put the Consign in on the play. I don't like Consign like only doing the one thing. I don't think like I'm trying. The way I'm trying to play the game is to the point where they don't ever put an Atraxa in play, and maybe that's crazy, but that's a shit hand. Is this a shit hand? Actually, this might actually just be a straight up keep. On the draw with a probe and double force versus show and tell. I'm kind of keeping this. I'm keeping this. I forgot to get water. And a cookie. I deserve a cookie. Been quite the stream, huh? I don't think I've played particularly well. I've played okay, but I've made some pretty glaring errors. Lotus. Okay. Well, now 4 cards left in my opponent's hand. Pass. Let's see. All right. Well, land off the top. Show me your secrets. Land. Justin, fetch land. Fetch land for me. Resolve. Oh, what is this? Mental misstep? Flusterstorm? Vampiric Tutor. Sure. I bet I can guess what they vamp for after I see their hand. Their hand is show and tell, Thoughtseize. I wonder what they vamp for. All right, so if I play a frog, I still have double force. Also, somehow I played turn 1 frog in this game where I had 0 mana in my opening hand. So what's the sequence look like? They play a Thoughtseize, it resolves, they take a force, they play a show, I force, and then they have to hit another land and play another show, and we have to find another counterspell, right? That's the sequence here. We do need to find another counterspell before they find another land, right? Just pitch frog. I don't know if I'm going to get enough cards to dig. I guess I should have pitched ponder and so I can pitch the frog to frog, maybe. No, I could ponder into more things too. And I just draw negation. Sure. Maybe I'll draw a land. I can hard cast negation. Bobble. I want to know what their top card is. Time Walk is not a bad card. So I could pitch ponder to frog and cast dig, but then if they hit a land, I have to. No, I just want to pitch cast negation on show and tell. But then I should probably just ponder anyways then. And find another blue card and a land. I don't really need a land as long as I have a card in my yard. If I ponder and miss on a blue card, I will be upsetty. I think I'm still supposed to ponder. I guess I don't have to because I can just attack next turn. All right, well, cool. I think I cast a Preordain, drawing a Preordain, and bottoming Gush. So then I have fresh cards afterwards. All right, I don't know if that's right, but it shouldn't matter. Also, they still have to rip a land. Oh, I forgot. I have a bobble. Forgot about that. This card sucks. No, they hit the emerald. No way. Opponent's sad. Pretty close to Lurrus. I think I just hit for 1. And then we'll dig, find a force. I'll amend that to say we'll just find a force. Holy shit. So, yeah. Next turn, I go Lurrus Bobble. Never mind. Next turn, I go Time Walk. Could probably win if I like pitch my whole hand or something, but that's like I see, yeah. I guess I don't need that. It's pretty good though. Whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. All right, cool. Demonic Tutor. Flusterstorm. My opponent can concede at any time. Six. Oh. All right. Welcome to our third straight top 8 in Vintage Challenges. This time with a different deck, Lurrus Doomsday. The first time I've really played this through a challenge. So big wins. Let's see if we can continue our success and maybe find a home for a trophy. A little challenge victory. We are currently undefeated, but we have been very lucky, so see what happens. I I think I just, on the play, I keep this and I ponder into a land, yeah? Seems fine. Some bad cards here, but... I'm not, like, super happy about this hand. Like, it's already kind of a mulligan, but... hopefully we can just find a fetch land, get an early frog down, and we'll be happy. All right. We are F6'd. I will take this fetch, leave a force floating on top that we can theoretically use. Or I could fetch basic. I can't really fetch basic. Okay, let's pass. We're going to have to fetch a black source, so... Eldrazi Temple in the top 8 here. It's exciting. I'm going to have to... someone do exclamation mark card Kozilek's command in chat so I know what that card does. I am going to go and get an Undercity Sewers. See if we can find another land. Not a gush. God, Undercity Sewers is so broken. Wrong command. We're actually almost winning with a... if we had a gush, obviously we wouldn't have the C in our hand, but we would actually win with Doomsday on this turn. This is fine, though. Get a frog down. Okay, so it does exile creatures. So if we don't force this turn, which I feel like is pretty unlikely, we could consult for Ritual and go for a kill. Here comes a Temple. So not uncounterable, whatever it is, and also not selling Mycospawn. I do think I would force a Thought-Knot Seer. I would probably force a Raker, but I'm not 100% sure. That's true. If we force whatever they play and consult for a Dark Ritual, we can crack the pile with Frog. They're going to Kozilek's command my Frog. I think we just force that. I have no 4-ofs in my deck, right? I have no 4-of land. It's just 4-of is the only Dark Ritual. I would just have to make sure that I don't... if I force this... if I consult for a Dark Ritual... I guess it doesn't matter if I force this or not. But it does matter if I lose both my Oracles, right? If I lose both my Oracles, can I do an infinite turns frog pile? Ancestral Time Walk, Lotus, Doomsday, with Lurrus and 1 land in play. But I don't have a Lurrus in play. Oh, also, does Frog fuck up that pile? I feel like Frog does fuck up that pile. Okay, so I'm gonna cast Demonic Consultation, and I'm gonna name Dark Ritual, and I'm gonna see what happens. I did not lose any, so I don't need this frog, and I can possibly have force backup after. Or I can just keep the frog and then break into the pile with the frog. I don't know if it matters. You have to have the Lurrus. All right, so I draw into Gush, and I Gush into Lotus Oracle. But I didn't have enough mana to like get the Lurrus going, I don't think. And also the Frog kind of messes with the pile, I have to find a different pile when I have a Frog, maybe? I'm not really sure. I didn't read this section on infinite Frog loops. My bad. Okay, so Eldrazi. Oh yeah, I'm not just on Lurrus Doomsday. I'm basically crushing all of my opponents. Do I bring in Unable to Scream against Eldrazi? Do they have anything that I want to make Unable to Scream? Kind of don't even know, man. What's even in an Eldrazi deck? I don't even know what's in an Eldrazi deck. All of the most recent lists are like, I guess there's nothing we want to turn off, so I would not bring in Unable to Screen. Raker? Don't we just counter Raker? I don't know, man. Like, what am I taking? Like, days I can play on the draw I can take out, and Fluster. I guess I have all these Fluster Storms that have to get taken out. Consign is definitely good. I just like don't know if I like really want to be making things Unable to Scream. Like, does it matter? Like, doesn't I feel like I might want like, I guess I can just I just like don't even counter Void Mirror Null Rod stuff. I just don't care. I guess that makes sense. But what about like Mindbreak Trap? Probably don't need Mental Misstep. Maybe I play a Thoughtseize instead. I like just don't. I just like don't know like what I'm doing on unable to scream. Like I don't know if that does anything. Whatever, seems fine. I probably can play a trap instead of a cruise, and maybe a bauble, another trap instead of a bauble. Seems fine. I don't know. I assume as long as I don't like randomly die or get mana screwed, I just combo kill them. I just don't think you're casting cruise very much here. The same reason like you cut cruise against Dredge. Another turn one frog, maybe. Do you really want to like have a steel sabotage to bounce hate pieces? Like, does that matter? Like having a null rod, like who cares about null rod? I guess we did bounce a chalice today, but on the play, I think I like it more because I can actually hit their mana fast mana. I don't know. Well, they're not gonna play Void Mirror. They're Eldrazi, right? Ugh. 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 I'm gonna force it. Hopefully they play like something else here so I can trap it. Doesn't look like it. All right, well, can one frog solo Eldrazi? I guess it has an unable to scream to back it up. Black Lotus. Let's see. Must have just drawn it because they played Vexing Bauble last turn. Seems unfortunate. Hopefully they don't cast Kozilek's Command on my frog. Here comes an uncounterable Eldrazi that I can't trap because I don't have enough stuff yet. Maybe it's the bounce Eldrazi. Oh, I guess that's true. They do not have 2 colorless to cast Eldrazi command. That's a very, very, very true statement. This is a Raker then? After casting Lotus? Oh, they are playing the bounce guy. And killing my and killing my jet. Wait. Jet. They just keep drawing Moxen. Probably gonna end up pitching this trap to Frog. Unless, of course, it's a sowing Mycospawn for a strip mine, I assume. I guess if they have a Saga, they should get a Saga. This is what I'm saying, though. Like, Unable to Scream doesn't do anything. Like, it would turn off Raker, yeah. But, like, these cards don't do anything. I feel like I'd rather just, like, focus on combo killing my opponent. I don't know. I had a lot of power here. I'll draw Eye of Ugin. I see. All right. Well, gosh. Float, blue, cast Gush, pitch everything to Frog. Attack? It's pretty bad against another Battle Mage. The problem with gushing, not me, is that I kind of want to hit my lands so that I can hardcast Trap. I'm not sure. Gushing doesn't feel right here, though. But I could hit, like, all kinds of good things, so... They have a Null Rod in their hand. Guess I just buy Lurrus. I'm gonna pitch 3 cards. think we got this, but a second battle mage would be a problem. That's like the biggest thing I'm worried about. They need 7 mana to go get one, so I don't think they have enough time now because we pitch a couple more cards and we attack twice. I think we just win. Unless they rip a battle mage off the top. Okay, sure. I mean, that's the kind of day we're having, so certainly makes things easy. Oh! Hold on. Forgot to jump. I almost forgot to jump. All right. To the semis. Yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, top 4 times, 7-0. On the play throughout the top 8 because we were 6-0 during Swiss. I assume... Ooh, what is this? What is this? Lurrus Mirror. But Blue-Black Lurrus Wasteland deck, probably. Hard to put back. This. Yep. Modified play draw on an MTGO since, I think, earlier this year or so. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to bobble them and see if we can see what kind of Lurrus deck they are. No. And then I'm going to bobble myself and see if I want to keep my card. I do. I'm going to pass. Double Frog. Okay. I think I'm into the idea of waiting for Flusterstorm backup. Negation. Fetch. Okay, no reason now not to just get an Undercity Sewers. Free value. Basic Island. I feel like I don't need that. Time Walk will be better after I resolve a frog. Ancestral Recall. All right, well, at least they can't protect this. Unless they have Mindbreak Trap, I guess. The Mindbreak Trap's not online yet. Never mind. All right, so Froggy is in. Another C, no Fatal Push. Another C. Is it a mirror? Maybe they're on Doomsday now. Time Walk. Sapphire. pass. Force is not bad. See what our frog does here first. Another force. How does people feel about Dark Ritual Frog Time Walk Frog? Kind of like it. Hardcast Trap. Oh, Hardcast Dig. I think that's fine. Not really in the position to fight over that with the open mana. Another Dark Ritual. Don't think I'm supposed to bin it. Could always like buy Lurrus if I hit a land and get a bobble going. Another frog. Under. Didn't hit the land. Don't think I'm supposed to play another frog. I kind of like the idea of holding up in triple force in case they are on Doomsday here. I think I'm just going to pass. Hardcast Negation, double Force of Will. Ponder. Okay, so I definitely think it's a mirror, which is cool. Maybe even without Kevin's help, we'll have the best win rate. Doomsday. So to play around days, I could cast Dark Ritual right now. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. I still think that Dark Ritualing into a Lurrus could be pretty strong here. Fetch. Doomsday. I think we can just win then, right? There's like very little chance they can beat us through with double force here. Okay, cool. All right. So I don't know if the mirror is in the guide. There was no oath. Is there no mirror as well? Ah, this guide's just lacking. What are we doing? All right. Let's see. Are we bringing in Unable to Scream for the frog mirror? Yes, we are, apparently. Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, Island can probably go. Vamp can probably go. Days on the draw can go. Are we bringing in Consign? Are we bringing in Thoughtseize? All of these cards seem reasonable. How are we gonna... How are we handling this? No Consign. I'm in. I mean, I'm down to take out some Dark Ritual. Do I leave a tutorable Dark Ritual in there? For one? Am I trimming Doomsday too? Or how deep are we going here? This is tough. If you want to get all these cards in. It's going to be a lot about Frog. I mean, if I want to get all my cards out, I'm probably going to have to. You're bringing in Thoughtseize, right? Seems like a good Thoughtseize matchup. I'm trimming a Doomsday. 3 Doomsday, no Ritual. I'm in. Do I need 2 Oracle? Probably not when I'm trimming Doomsday stuff, but yes, when I'm trying to do console stuff. I don't need your help. Your guy doesn't even have all the key matchups like the Mirror and Oath. I'm just playing. We figured it out. Thoughtseize. It's kind of bad for me. I guess it just happens. I can always buy back the Frog later. Pretty low on resources. If I had known that was going to happen. All right, let's see what my opponent's going to draw. Let's see what I'm going to draw. Force. It's a good one to know about. Ponder. Nothing wrong with drawing Ponder. Okay. Hopefully we can just out card advantage our opponent here. Maybe do a brainstorm next turn after we get all of our cards. Ugh. I'm jealous. Stop editing it while I'm looking at it. I really want to like Flusterstorm this. Really want to Flusterstorm this. Unlucky. I guess I'm putting back 1 land, 1 Oracle. All right, I guess you're resolving your brainstorm. I'm sure I'm going to hit more lands along the way. Probably just get a Surveil land here and then buy Lurrus. My Lurrus is super powerful if I can get it to resolve, right? Though I don't currently have the protection to do that. It's I mean, I could. It depends on what they hold open. Okay, I think I want that. Now I can do it on the next turn with Gush. So if I don't think I'm going to die here, what I can do is buy Lurrus now. And then on the next turn, even if I don't hit a land, I can float black, and Gush. Play a land, play Lurrus with backup. Get a bobble loop going. The only way that is bad is if I die on this turn. Which I could. They could have 5 cards. Doomsday, cantrip, force blue card. So it seems pretty bad. So I guess I'm just going to ponder. Oh, I see. All right, well. Show me what you're working with. Fluster, Force, Doomsday, Dig. And we know we have an Oracle next. I ancestral, they fluster, I fluster, they pay, it's bad. Okay, so we wait. Probably want to fetch now though, so that we don't get wrecked at some point here. Definitely ended up in a decent spot after all that. Passing. Okay. Draw. Consult. This kind of stinks. I think I would have rather drawn a land. Now I'm not advancing my game plan here. Yeah, I mean, and I'd love that. I don't think they're gonna go all in on a Doomsday. They're gonna go all in on a Doomsday. That's crazy. That's so that's crazy. Why would really? All right. Well, I will ancestral recall, targeting myself. They force. I force. I guess I could have pitched Gush here, actually. This is just like extra safe. I should have pitched Gush so I could just win on the next turn. That was a mistake. No, they call the GGs. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm always winning at the end of this exchange, so I should have just kept the Oracle and go for the consults. I don't really like pitching. I mean, I think I'm gonna win either way. I just think that there's no way my opponent can stop me, so I should just keep the Oracle. I guess like if my opponent had Mindbreak Trap as the card they drew for turn, then this Gush gives me an out to Mindbreak Trap. But I guess Consult for Force. Well, I guess Consult for Force already gives me that out. So yeah, I think I just would rather have the Oracle in my hand. That's true. If they Mindbreak Trap the stack, they're at 0 cards. They have to pass the turn, and we combo kill them. So we don't even go for the force. You're right. Yeah. So this was just wrong. This pitch was wrong here. I should definitely just pitch the Gush. Because I'm actually kind of in trouble if they do have Mindbreak Trap in the stack and I don't keep the Oracle and I console for force and I force and I'm at 0 cards. Like I buy Lurrus, they buy Lurrus, I buy Lurrus, and we're both on like Lurrus bobble loop. I do have a frog in my yard, so like mine's slightly better. Yeah, there's no reason to do some kind of ancestral post Doomsday thing when you have, like I just know I'm winning the stack battle, right? So I would never let those Dooms. I would always just fight over it, like force fluster ancestral with backup, like just always fight over this. You're gonna win, and then at the end of it you win. So welcome to the finals of this vintage challenge where somehow, against all odds, I am in fact 8-0. I feel like we played okay, but a couple wonky plays along the way. We are up against Black Dex 99, the most powerful Dredge player. Guess it's a keep. Well, you just companion your Moxen, and then you play turn 1 Frog. It's easy. I think this hand has some like problems inherent, but I also don't think you're really allowed to mulligan it, so. Probably enforcing a grief, but not a hollow one, because I could jump, maybe? If I need to, can I jump? I can't jump and have force backup, huh? I want to theoretically be able to draw a land off the top and win the game. To do that, I think this just resolves. Oh, I see. Okay. Glad I didn't force. Classic. I think all of our Dredge players have played 2 hollow ones against us. Dig through time. So now where are we at in life? We have to cast Ponder and hope to draw a Dark Ritual so that we can Doomsday and jump our Frog before Doomsdaying. None of those are the cards that I'm looking for. I guess they all go to the bottom or shuffled or something. Fetch. Fetch lets me jump once here. Which we probably are doing. I guess we could wait, but then if they hit Narcomoeba, it's pretty bad. It's like pretty bad. Only if our Frog can get in. So like if we don't attack here and they don't hit an Narcomoeba, then next turn we have a lethal kill with force backup. But if they hit an Narcomoeba, then we can't get in with Frog, in which case we're just fucked. Whereas if I jump now, I can find a cantrip or a land and a cantrip. Oh. Well, I don't think we can get 6 cards in our yard. So... it's true, they are attacking. They could hit... I guess everything else comes into play tapped. All right, yeah, I'm in. I'm sold. I'm in. I mean, they could just not attack, right? They hit a chill. They hit just a chill and a ghoul. Ghoul is tapped, right? Tapped. And then they have an Icarid coming in. We might have to block. If they hit another chill, they hit a Narcomoeba. So, do we have enough? This is 4, 8, 11. I go to 4. I attack with 2, and I win. Yeah. Yep. Unless they have to have Force Trap, I guess. And we're just making a basic Gush pile. I guess they could have Force Noxious. Force Noxious would do it. I don't know if they have any Dredgers left or anything. Okay, basic Gush pile probably. I guess not a basic Gush pile. Well, I don't want to run into a mental misstep, so basic Gush pile. Gush cantrip pile. So just I guess that still runs into mental misstep, but then it doesn't run into, yeah, that's fine. Gush cantrip pile. So Gush, Lotus, Ponder, Oracle. I guess that doesn't actually beat Noxious, does it? Force Noxious. I guess Force Noxious I don't ever beat anyways. So, but can I beat Force? How can I beat Force a mental misstep? Frog needs exactly 3 cards, and I'm not going to have exactly 3 cards. I've already played my land this turn. So I could go Time Walk instead. So let's see. Gush into Lotus. Time Walk. Still doesn't do it, does it? Because I go to 2 cards. I go to 4 cards. I go to 2 cards. I go to 1 card, and I still get misstepped. Oh no, I have frogs, so I'm fine. Okay, so this is fine. Oh wait, I don't even lose to Noxious because I have frogs. So just gushing into oracles and whatever is just fine. I don't think it actually matters then. Probably just doesn't even matter. Let me just do Oracle, Oracle. Time Walk. Sorry, it's kind of late and I am falling apart a little bit at the seams here. It's midnight now. But we're going. No, I misordered it, right? Because now I get beat by Noxious or whatever. It's fine. I think that was wrong. I just don't care. I was trying to like figure out ways to play around like possible force noxious and force mental misstep traps, and I just like, as long as I played around mental misstep, I think it was good enough. I don't think I can beat force noxious there no matter what I do, because I only get one draw and I only have one force. So noxious is not worth worrying about. The only thing worth worrying about there is mental misstep, and we played around mental misstep, so that was fine. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I got a little lost in there. All right, game 1 against Dredge. We got there. We're gonna bring in ley lines. We don't have a tabernacle, which I'm sad about. But it's okay. We take out negation. We take out island. We'll take out treasure cruise. And it just that was not the case, Kevin. I tried that, and that was not the case. No, I think I would 100% play a tabernacle in my demonic tutor vampiric tutor deck. I think a tabernacle would have won me a game that Frog, like 2 games that Frog wouldn't have. I lost a match against Dredge, and I like snuck a match against Dredge, or snuck a game against Dredge that I wish I had a tabernacle. It would be very easy. Like I'm just telling you what happened. Like Frog wasn't good enough, but I had demonic tutor for tabernacle, and it would have won. So, well, noxious would have been on my Doomsday. So yeah, but I got kind of lost there. So let's see, last card. Last time I cut Frog, but I guess I'll just cut a Bobble. You ever want Thoughtseize here? I don't want to cut Mental Misstep. I like to be able to counter Noxious Revival. Kevin, what are you suggesting? All the worst things. Don't you suggested cut Oracle and Console? Oracle and Console are the main reason we're here. Sure, I'm keeping this. Oracle Console has been unbelievable today. Like the best part of the deck. I would never cut Oracle Console. No dredgers from my opponent. Icarid, Amalgam, Ghoul, Hollow One. Assuming there's a force. Pretty sure it's just Ancestral on my opponent's upkeep. Or maybe like after they activate Bazaar. No, probably before they finish resolving Bazaar. Cool. All right, well, I don't have protection, but I have a cantrip before. And hopefully that's good enough. So if I find a force, I think I'm in a great spot. If I don't find a force, then it's kind of up to the top of the deck. Obviously, I can get trapped if I decide to do anything. So Ponder sees more cards here. I got Mental Misstepped. So if they have Mental Misstep, they don't have Force, right? Because they dredged. So as long as they don't have Noxious, we're good. Or Mindbreak Trap, obviously. Gosh. Into Ancestral Lotus. Gush into Ancestral Lotus, and then Oracle and... Oh, wait, I don't have a... I can't do Ancestral. How am I going to get... I guess maybe there's another Time Walk pile then. Gosh. Trying to play around a Noxious here. I guess I have all these cantrips, right? So I can just do a bunch of cantripping. So as long as I have a force, then it's fine. So this is 4 mana. So I have 4 mana. I want to have force. And I have 2 cantrips. Gush down to 3, down to 2. Maybe another Sapphire. So Gush into Sapphire Lotus. All right, Gush into Lotus Force. Cantrip. Cantrip Oracle. Something like that. That'll be close enough. Last card, Sapphire. Oracle, Force, Lotus, Gush. Preordained, so if they Noxious, I can bottom. Oh, I guess with Preordain, I don't have to do anything crazy. I kind of overthought it a little bit. Because I know their last card's a Dredger anyways. Oh, what a day. GG. 9-0. No, I overthought it. Don't worry about it. I forgot about Preordain helping me against the Noxious. Woo. 9-0. I win. Back to back to back to back. Challenge top 8s. Fresh new deck that I've never played before. Big challenge win. No problem. Huge. Huge. All right. Avatar. Is there anything worthwhile in Avatar? And 100 more treasure chests. I think this deck was great. I thought Consult Oracle was broken. I really liked Consult Oracle. I actually thought the negation was good. I typically hate the negation, but the negation was pretty good today. The daze was also not amazing, but it was a fine. The only I'm not going to change the main. I actually think I like the main as it is. The changes I want to make from this deck is I think a Tabernacle is like really good. I'd like to play a Tabernacle in my sideboard. I know I beat Dredge twice, but it was really sus. I had some like really good draws. And I think the first Null Rod is nuts. So when I'm playing these Vampiric Demonic Tutor decks, I want to get like the most value possible. So I'm going to play a Tabernacle and a Null Rod moving forward here. And I think I would have to probably trim... Ooh, it's tough, right? Because the Null Rod... The Null Rod can definitely be one of these, but I guess it's probably... I mean, we did win a game with Steel Sabotage, but I guess Consign would have also worked because it was a Chalice trigger. That just didn't work. Maybe Thoughtseize was unbelievable today too, actually. I think Thoughtseize was great. I don't think that 4/5 Frog worked. Like it didn't actually work. They just killed me. You have to have like 4/5 Frog and Leyline and have it protected. Like it felt like I needed a lot of things to go right. I don't know. Maybe like Mindbreak, Trap, Thoughtseize, but that's like asking for a lot. I don't know. These are the things that I want to get in the deck. So don't know what the right answer is, but those are the two cards that I would really like to see. So unclear. But yeah, I mean, this deck, obviously we like had some like rough tanking points and some mistakes along the way, but in general, I don't think the deck was like super different from playing normal Doomsday. There are some interesting Frog stuff, but a lot of the times the Frog is like kind of bad and didn't matter. So it's a little hard to say. I definitely felt like I missed Street Wraith, and Lurrus was only okay. I don't know. We definitely had a couple times where Frog and Lurrus were good, but I am not convinced that if we had played normal Doomsday, we wouldn't have also just gone 9-0. Like, I don't think Necro is like the big thing that you're missing. I think it's Street Wraith is the big thing that's missing. I'm not sure. Maybe when I go back and look at the VOD and we watch the VOD, maybe I'll disagree with my assessment. But it didn't feel like the Lurrus Frog stuff was the big reason our deck was good. It was an interesting asset that was maybe good half the time or so. I thought the baubles were great, and I think the baubles give you a good reason to play Lurrus. So, Frog is like super weird in the mirror because it's like clunky and exposes you to Fatal Push for no reason, but then they're bringing in Fatal Pushes against you, so it's like a little nice in that sense. But like if you make your game plan too Frog dependent, and then it's a problem in the liability. But then the problem with the baubles is in the Bowmaster matchup. Like the baubles are why you want to play Lurrus, and then you have to cut the baubles or some of the baubles because they're so bad against Bowmaster. So then like why are we even playing Lurrus? It gets a little rough. So it's very awkward. The whole setup is very awkward to me. But obviously, Doomsday is powerful, Consult Oracle is powerful, and blue counters and cantrips are powerful. So I think it all works out in the same. But yeah, I don't know. I think Doomsday's still great. I'm not really like I still after 9 rounds going 9-0, I'm not particularly convinced that this way is the best approach. I do think it's a viable approach. So I think we'll leave it at that. The Screams were pretty good. I think the Screams were at their best against opposing Frogs. Screams were fairly good. To of note, we played against 0 mono white opponents this week. That's a pretty big one. But yeah, I think it's another clear example of you can play Lurrus deck or you can choose not to play Lurrus, and I think both decks are viable. And for the most part, I believe that's a true statement for every single Lurrus deck besides the Frog control deck. I think you can play Bug with or without Lurrus. I think you can play PO with or without Lurrus. I think you can play Breach with or without Lurrus. I think you can play Doomsday with or without Lurrus. The only one I'm not sure you can play without Lurrus is like the very control-oriented builds. So that's what I'm thinking. Thanks for hanging out tonight. This was my first challenge back after Eternal Weekend. I'm rebuilding the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel. I don't exactly know the times I'm going to stream next week during Christmas break. The next 2 weeks I'm off, Christmas and New Year's. I will definitely be streaming a bunch during then. I will be streaming a little bit of TFT for sure. The new TFT set, I've been starting to play it and it is awesome. So I'll do a little bit of that. But I'm also going to stream enough that I'm getting my Monday, Wednesday, Friday vintage videos for the next 2 weeks and the foreseeable future. They just released the Mox calendar for Q1 of MTGO. So there's big high stakes vintage coming your way. I put the pin in the Discord, but I'll show it up here in case people are wondering. These are your high stakes vintage events for Q1 on MTGO. There is 3 showcase challenges with these dates, and there's also going to be a showcase RCQ super qualifier. So a bunch of things coming up in January, February, and March for vintage. So lots of content coming your way on this YouTube channel. I'll see you then.